Welcome back, traveler. Some objects in the wizarding world hold more than memory or craftsmanship. They carry intention, shaped and sealed into form, not spectacle, not legend, but concentrated structure. An artifact does not create power from nothing. It gathers it, contains it, and answers to the discipline of the one who uses it. The Elder Wand, a stone that alters matter, a device that turns time. Each exists within boundaries that quietly regulate what can and cannot be sustained. Power embedded in an object does not move freely. It responds, transfers, resists, or destabilizes depending on balance. And the more concentrated the magic, the more carefully it must be held. Magical artifacts did not emerge as ornaments or curiosities. They arose at moments when ordinary spell work proved insufficient, when intent required permanence, and when power demanded containment beyond the fleeting duration of incantation. Unlike spoken magic, which disperses once cast, an artifact stabilizes energy within material form, binding what to object through enchantment layered carefully enough to outlast its creator. Some were constructed through disciplined craftsmanship, goblin-forged metals absorbing only what strengthens them, wands pairing wood and core according to temperament, stones engraved with runic matrices designed to regulate volatile force rather than merely amplify it. Others were born from rupture rather than design. Grief, ambition, fear of mortality, or desire for supremacy pushed certain wizards to embed fragments of themselves, sometimes metaphorically, sometimes literally, into objects meant to resist decay and challenge limitation. The distinction between tool and artifact lies not in appearance but in continuity. A tool performs a function, whereas an artifact accumulates allegiance, history, and consequence across generations, shaping events long after its original purpose has shifted. Power stored within matter behaves differently than power expressed through the body. It becomes patient, resistant, and transferable, capable of changing hands while retaining embedded intention. Which is why the history of the wizarding world is inseparable from the objects that persist within it. Many of the most consequential conflicts were not determined solely by duel or decree, but by control over specific artifacts, wands whose loyalty could transfer through defeat, relics capable of concealing or revealing truth, vessels engineered to preserve life beyond natural boundary. Yet permanence introduces instability of its own. When magic is fixed in form, it ceases to adapt organically and instead reflects the values, limitations, and ethical compromises of its maker, magnifying both virtue and corruption over time. Some artifacts were designed to enhance skill responsibly, others to secure legacy, others still to circumvent mortality altogether, but all share a structural principle: intention condensed into substance, stabilized through enchantment, and released only under particular conditions. Understanding these objects therefore requires more than cataloging their abilities. It demands examining the philosophy embedded within them, the historical pressures that produced them, and the costs imposed upon those who believed he could wield, contain power without being altered by it. Before examining individual relics, the legendary hallows, the fractured vessels of divided soul, and the instruments that shaped institutional authority, it is necessary to recognize a single constant. Magical artifacts do not create destiny independently, but they amplify the direction chosen by their possessor, and once amplified, that direction rarely remains small. Among all recorded magical artifacts, none occupy a more ambiguous space between myth and documented history than the three objects collectively known as the Deathly Hallows. According to the tales of Beetle the Bard, three brothers once evaded death through skill and were tested, with objects reflecting their desires: an unbeatable wand, a stone capable of recalling the dead, and a cloak that concealed its wearer completely. Whether death itself crafted these artifacts remains uncertain. What is measurable, however, is that each object demonstrates magical sophistication exceeding conventional enchantment, suggesting deliberate design by wizards operating at the outer boundary of known magical theory. The Elder Wand represents concentrated dominance, a wand constructed from elder wood with astral, air core, materials already associated with luminal magic and visibility of mortality, producing an instrument whose allegiance transfers through defeat rather than inheritance. Unlike ordinary wands, which bond primarily through compatibility, this wand operates through conquest. Its loyalty does not respond to sentiment, but to demonstrate its superiority, embedding within its structure a philosophy that equates power with victory. The Resurrection Stone embodies a different principle, not dominance but reversal. Set within a ring for generations, it summons echoes of the dead, neither fully corporeal nor illusory, existing in a liminal state that reflects the impossibility of restoring life without distortion. The Cloak of Invisibility differs from lesser cloaks not in charm strength alone, but in permanence. It resists aging, counterspells, and magical degradation, suggesting enchantment anchored at a foundational level rather than applied superficially over fabric. Together, the three artifacts do not simply grant advantage. They represent three responses to mortality: mastery over others, denial of loss, and evasion of pursuit. Throughout history, attempts to unite them were rare and often driven by ambition rather than comprehension. Yet the structural pattern remains clear. Each artifact magnifies the intention of its bearer rather than dictating it. The wand intensified conquest and rivalry across centuries. The stone exposed the psychological cost of refusing finality. The cloak rewarded restraint and continuity, passing quietly through lineage rather than conquest. When examined beyond legend, the Hallows reveal not supernatural generosity from death itself, but a layered commentary on power. That supremacy breeds instability, reversal invites torment, and concealment offers longevity only when coupled with acceptance. They endure not because they are invincible, but because their enchantments are aligned with enduring human impulses: ambition, grief, and self-preservation. And those impulses, when crystallized into objects, rarely fade quietly. The Elder Wand did not gain its reputation through passive legend. Its history can be traced through succession marked consistently by defeat, theft, or lethal confrontation, indicating that its enchantment binds loyalty not to lineage but to demonstrated dominance. Constructed from elder wood, a material long associated with both protection and peril, and paired with a vestral tail hair core, visible only to those who have witnessed death. The wand's composition alone suggests deliberate alignment with themes of mortality and transition. Unlike ordinary wands, whose allegiance may shift gradually through compatibility or prolonged use, the Elder Wand responds to a singular condition: the defeat of its current master, whether by duel, disarmament, or strategic advantage. This design embeds instability within its structure. Because loyalty transfers through victory, ownership becomes inherently temporary, ensuring a chain of conflict that perpetuates its own mythos. Historical records reference figures such as Emmerich the Evil and Egbert the Egregious, each gaining the wand through violence and losing it through similar means, reinforcing the cyclical architecture of conquest upon which its power depends. In the 20th century, the wand came into the possession of Gellert Grindelwald, who used it to consolidate ideological ambition into military dominance, demonstrating that amplified magical capability, when paired with charisma and vision, can reshape political geography. Yet its most instructive transition occurred in 1945, when Albus Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in a duel widely considered one of the most complex magical confrontations ever recorded. Despite wielding a wand reputed to be unbeatable, Grindelwald fell, suggesting that amplification does not override strategic intelligence. Dumbledore's subsequent stewardship marked a structural deviation. He He neither advertised possession nor pursued conquest, effectively stabilizing the wand's volatility through restraint rather than ambition. However, allegiance is indifferent to intent. When Draco Malfoy disarmed Dumbledore atop the astronomy tower, the wand's loyalty transferred silently, following its internal rule rather than external perception. Even though the physical wand remained in Dumbledore's tomb, Lord Voldemort, misinterpreting physical possession as allegiance, exhumed the wand and murdered Severus Snape, under the assumption that killing its supposed master would secure its loyalty, illustrating a fundamental misunderstanding of the wand's governing logic. In the final confrontation at Hogwarts, the wand refused to kill its true master, and the rebounding curse terminated Voldemort himself, demonstrating that an artifact structured around dominance will enforce its conditions without regard for the wielder's belief. The Elder Wand therefore functions not merely as an instrument of superior spell work, but as a study in conditional power. It magnifies capability, yet binds that amplification to a rule that perpetuates instability. And in doing so, it reveals that supremacy obtained through conquest remains perpetually vulnerable to it. Where the Elder Wand externalizes dominance, the Resurrection Stone internalizes longing, embedding within its small, unadorned surface, a function far more intimate and far more destabilizing. Set originally within the ring of the Gaunt family, the stone passed through generations valued primarily for lineage, its true capability either misunderstood or ignored, suggesting that symbolic inheritance often obscures structural power. Unlike necromantic rituals designed to reanimate physical bodies, the stone summons impressions of the dead, conscious, articulate presences existing in a liminal state, visible only to the bearer, untouchable by the surrounding world. These summoned figures retain memory and personality, yet lack corporeal permanence. They do not return to life, nor do they fully remain in death, occupying instead a threshold that exposes the emotional cost of reversal. Cadmus Prevaril, according to legend, used the stone to recall the woman he had lost, only to discover that what returned was altered by distance from life, unable to inhabit the world as before, reinforcing that restoration without transformation is structurally impossible. Centuries later, Tom Riddle embedded the stone within a Horcrux without recognizing its identity as a hallow, prioritizing soul division over ancestral relic and layering lethal curses upon the ring to protect it from intrusion. Albus Dumbledore, identifying both the Horcrux and the stone, succumbed momentarily to personal grief, placing the ring upon his finger in an attempt to see his family again. The curse triggered immediately, demonstrating that artifacts designed around longing often exploit vulnerability rather than reward it. Though the Horcrux was destroyed, the stone was preserved and later concealed within the golden snitch Harry Potter caught in his first Quidditch match, an object requiring acceptance rather than conquest access. When Harry activated the stone before entering the Forbidden Forest to face Voldemort, the figures of his parents, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, appeared, not to alter outcome, but to stabilize his resolve. Their presence did not prevent death, but reframed it. Importantly, Harry did not retain the stone after its use. He allowed it to fall unnoticed among leaves and soil, refusing the temptation to revisit what it offered, thereby breaking the cycle that had destabilized prior holders. The Resurrection Stone thus reveals a structural paradox. It grants proximity to what has been lost, yet cannot restore continuity, offering comfort only when used in alignment with acceptance rather than possession. Its power lies not in reversing mortality, but in clarifying it. And when grasped too tightly, it fractures the very balance it appears to mend. If the Elder Wand amplifies confrontation and the Resurrection Stone tempts reversal, the Cloak of Invisibility embodies a quieter architecture, concealment without decay. Unlike ordinary invisibility cloaks, which rely on disillusionment charms or layered concealment spells that degrade over time, the original cloak attributed to Ignotus Peverell demonstrates permanence. It neither fades nor becomes opaque. nor is it fully penetrated by revealing enchantments. Its enchantment appears foundational rather than additive, suggesting that invisibility is not imposed upon the fabric, but integrated into its structure, allowing concealment to function as a stable property rather than a maintained effect. Throughout generations, the cloak passed through lineage rather than conquest, reinforcing a different model of power transmission: continuity over domination, inheritance over victory. James Potter possessed the cloak during the First Wizarding War, and later Albus Dumbledore studied it in conjunction with the broader legend of the Hallows, recognizing that its endurance distinguished it from lesser magical garments. When returned anonymously to Harry Potter during his first year at Hogwarts, the cloak functioned initially as a tool for exploration, facilitating movement through restricted corridors and hidden spaces, yet its deeper structural role became apparent only later. The cloak resisted summoning spells and could not be permanently damaged, shielding its bearer even against magical detection methods that exposed ordinary concealment, thereby operating not as temporary camouflage, but as absolute withdrawal from visibility. During infiltration of the Ministry of Magic in the vaults of Gringotts, the cloak enabled strategic positioning without direct confrontation, demonstrating that restraint can achieve outcomes conquest cannot. Unlike the Elder Wand, the cloak does not demand defeat to transfer allegiance. It neither seeks mastery nor provokes rivalry, existing as an artifact that amplifies discretion rather than ambition. Its philosophical alignment becomes evident when contrasted with the other Hallows, where one enforces dominance and another tempts emotional reversal. The cloak rewards patience, timing, and acceptance of limitation. It noticed Peveril, according to legend, greeted death as an old friend after passing the cloak to his son, implying that concealment was never intended as permanent evasion, but as measured delay until readiness. In this way, the cloak reveals that power exercised through restraint can endure across centuries without destabilizing the world around it. And among the three Hallows, it remains the only one that did not demand blood to secure its legacy. If the Hallows represent three philosophical responses to mortality, Horcruxes represent its violent refusal. A Horcrux is not merely an enchanted object. It is a vessel constructed through deliberate murder, using the act of killing to fracture the soul and bind a severed fragment into material form. This process does not preserve life in its integrity. It divides it, anchoring consciousness externally while destabilizing the original self, creating a dependency between body and object that distorts both. Unlike artifacts designed to amplify skill or conceal presence, a Horcrux serves a singular structural function: survival beyond natural boundary, achieved not through continuity, but through fragmentation. Tom Riddle pursued this method with calculated intent, seeking to divide his soul multiple times in order to secure layered protection against mortality, each fragment embedded within objects chosen for symbolic weight or historical resonance. The act of division produced visible psychological and physical transformation. As soul fractured repeatedly, the body reflected instability, suggesting that containment of life outside the self exact structural cost within it. Each Horcrux required concealment strategies distinct from those of the Hallows. Rather than pass through lineage or conquest, they were hidden, guarded, cursed, and in some cases entrusted to followers whose loyalty was considered sufficient to ensure protection. Unlike the Elder Wand, which transfers allegiance through defeat, Horcruxes resist destruction through layered enchantments. Their annihilation requires substances or forces capable of irreparable damage, such as basilisk venom or fiend fire. Importantly, the creation of a Horcrux does not eliminate vulnerability. It distributes it. As long as even one fragment remains intact, the creator persists in diminished form, yet the survival becomes contingent upon the integrity of objects that can be located and destroyed. This architecture introduces paradox. The attempt to secure immortality multiplies points of failure, tying existence not to resilience, but to secrecy and external preservation. Where the Hallows engage mortality symbolically, Horcruxes assault it directly, embedding denial into matter through irreversible violence. and in doing so, they transform artifacts from instruments of power into anchors of corruption, binding the fate of their creator to the endurance of the objects that contain him. Tom Riddle's diary was not merely the first Horcrux created. It was engineered as an active instrument, designed not only to preserve a fragment of soul, but to operate independently within the world. On the surface, the object appeared unremarkable, a simple black school diary containing the preserved consciousness of a 16-year-old student. Structurally, however, it functioned as a parasitic interface between soul fragment and living host. Unlike later Horcruxes, which were hidden and heavily warded, the diary was intended to be discovered. Its purpose was not passive survival but infiltration, manipulating trust in order to access vulnerability. When Ginny Weasley began writing within its pages, the fragment responded, adapting tone and content to gain emotional dependence, demonstrating that the artifact did not merely store memory, but simulated empathy as a strategic mechanism. The diary absorbed life force gradually, transferring vitality from host to fragment. As Ginny weakened, the preserved consciousness gained coherence and autonomy, illustrating that a Horcrux can, under certain conditions, approach reconstitution of physical presence. Through possession, the diary reopened the Chamber of Secrets and directed the basilisk, weaponizing institutional memory against the very school it once inhabited. In this sense, the artifact did not simply preserve the past, it attempted to reenact it. Its destruction required basilisk venom, one of the few substances capable of irreparable magical damage. When Harry pierced the diary with a fang, the ink bled as though alive, and the fragment within emitted a final, destabilizing rupture before dissolving. This event revealed a structural vulnerability in Horcrux design. While soul fragments can anchor existence, they remain dependent upon the physical integrity of their vessel, making containment both protection and liability. The diary demonstrates the most aggressive evolution of artifact logic: memory transformed into weapon, intimacy converted into leverage, preservation repurposed as resurrection strategy, and in its failure, it exposed that even the most calculated fragmentation cannot guarantee control once the vessel enters unpredictable hands. The gaunt ring functions simultaneously as ancestral relic, hallow, and Horcrux, making it one of the most structurally layered artifacts in recorded magical history. Originally valued by the Gaunt family as proof of descent from Salazar Slytherin, the ring's engraved crest masked the presence of the resurrection stone set within it, illustrating how symbolic inheritance can obscure latent power. When Tom Riddle murdered his father and paternal grandparents, he used that act to fracture his soul and bind a fragment within the ring, transforming lineage into anchor and memory into containment. Unlike the diary, which operated externally, the ring was protected through lethal curses designed to punish physical contact. Its enchantments were defensive rather than manipulative, prioritizing concealment over interaction. Hidden within the ruined Gaunt house, the ring remained isolated for years until Albus Dumbledore located it. Recognizing both Horcrux and Hallow, he experienced a rare lapse in restraint, placing it upon his finger before neutralizing its curse. The protective enchantment activated immediately, spreading irreversible damage through his hand and initiating a fatal countdown that no counter curse could fully reverse. Even Severus Snape's intervention could only delay the progression. Dumbledore ultimately destroyed the Horcrux, using the Sword of Gryffindor, already impregnated with basilisk venom, yet preserved the stone itself, separating fragmentation from function and choosing not to eliminate the Hallow entirely. This artifact illustrates convergence, ambition layered upon ancestry, grief intersecting with calculated immortality, a relic designed for remembrance, repurposed as vessel for divided soul. Its history exposes the vulnerability inherent in artifacts bound to personal history. Those who approach them without emotional equilibrium risk activating consequences embedded not only in enchantment, but in their own unresolved longing. The ring demonstrates that when legacy, mortality, and fragmentation converge within a single object, the cost of misjudgment is immediate and irreversible. and even the most disciplined wizard is not immune to the pull of what such an object promises. Slytherin's locket began as a founder's heirloom, a heavy golden pendant marked by a serpentine S, preserved through lineage before being reduced to poverty and sold for a fraction of its worth. When Tom Riddle reclaimed it and used the murder of Hepzibah Smith to create another Horcrux, the locket ceased to function as symbol and became anchor, embedding a fragment of soul within an object already saturated with ancestral significance. Unlike the diary, which manipulated through dialogue, the locket exerted influence through proximity. Whoever wore it experienced amplified insecurity, irritability, and suspicion, suggesting that its enchantment interacted with latent emotional instability rather than imposing foreign thought hidden within a seaside cave protected by inferi and a basin of tormenting potion. The locket was defended not only by physical barriers, but by psychological trial. To retrieve it required enduring hallucination, regret, and forced confrontation with one's deepest failures. Regulus Black's intervention introduced the first fracture in Voldemort's containment strategy. Replacing the original locket with a replica, he initiated a chain of unintended transfers that exposed the vulnerability of distributed immortality. When eventually recovered by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the locket's influence intensified under stress. Worn for extended periods, it eroded trust, magnified perceived rejection, and destabilized group cohesion, demonstrating that fragmentation embedded in matter radiates instability outward. Its destruction required not only basilisk venom absorbed into the sword of Gryffindor, but psychological resolve. As Ron prepared to strike, the locket projected visions tailored to his fears, attempting to paralyze action through humiliation and doubt. The annihilation of the fragments silenced not only the object, but the emotional distortion it produced, revealing that Horcruxes anchored to identity exert pressure most effectively, where identity is uncertain. Slytherin's locket therefore represents a refined stage in Horcrux design, an artifact that does not merely preserve life but weaponizes emotional vulnerability as defense mechanism, and in its unraveling, it exposed that fear amplified is still fear, and once confronted directly, its structure collapses. Hufflepuff's cup originated not as instrument of power, but as ceremonial object, a small golden vessel marked by a badger representing continuity, labor, and quiet preservation within the structure of Hogwarts' founding. When Tom Riddle transformed it into a Horcrux, he selected it not for aggression, but for symbolism. By embedding a fragment of soul within an artifact tied to a founder, he anchored immortality to institutional history itself. Unlike the locket, which relied on psychological destabilization, the cup depended on isolation, entrusted to Bellatrix Lestrange and hidden in her family vault at Gringotts. It was secured beneath layers of goblin-crafted defenses and complex curse work. The Lestrange vault employed the Gemino and Flagrante curses, causing touched objects to multiply and burn, creating exponential hazard through replication. The security system weaponized greed by turning contact into self-destruction. Additionally, a chain dragon guarded the deeper passage, conditioned through pain to respond to specific signals, reinforcing the illusion that containment could be guaranteed through fear and layered protection. Yet the cup's security relied on assumption that secrecy, loyalty, and vault integrity would remain absolute. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione infiltrated Gringotts through disguise and strategy, the illusion fractured. Once removed from its fortified environment, the cup's defense mechanisms proved irrelevant. Its destruction in the Chamber of Secrets with Basilisk Fang Venom demonstrated that even the most secure vessel remains vulnerable once physically accessed. Structurally, Hufflepuff's cup represents a shift in Horcrux architecture from concealment within ruin to concealment within institution, placing faith in systemic security rather than isolation. Its fall reveals a consistent pattern. Artifacts designed around permanence often underestimate unpredictability, assuming that complexity alone guarantees endurance. But when access is achieved, The fragmentation within collapses as readily as any other vessel, and no vault, however deep, can protect a divided soul indefinitely. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem was reputed to enhance wisdom, a circlet crafted to refine intellect rather than amplify force, embedding within metal the pursuit of clarity and structured thought. Stolen by her daughter Helena in an act driven by envy rather than ambition, the diadem's early history already revealed tension between aspiration and comparison, intellect destabilized by desire for superiority. Centuries later, Tom Riddle located the diadem through calculated persuasion, extracting its hidden location from Helena's lingering regret, demonstrating that information can be obtained more effectively through manipulation than coercion. After retrieving it from a forest hollow in Albania, Riddle used murder once again to fracture his soul and bind a fragment within the circlet, transforming an emblem of learning into a vessel of division. Unlike the cup secured in a vault, the diadem was concealed within the room of requirement, a space already saturated with abandoned objects accumulated over centuries. Its hiding place relied not on defense but on overwhelming abundance. The room functioned as a labyrinth of forgotten artifacts, creating concealment through scale rather than enchantment. Within such density, a single circlet could vanish without requiring lethal curse work. Yet this strategy introduced risk. Concealment within chaos assumes permanence of environment, but the room remained accessible to students who understood its adaptive nature. During the Battle of Hogwarts, the diadem's destruction occurred through fiend fire, an uncontrollable cursed flame capable of annihilating objects beyond conventional magical resistance. The fire consumed not only the Horcrux but the accumulated detritus of generations. The irony is structural. An object created to enhance wisdom was undone by reckless ignorance, destroyed by uncontrolled magic, conjured without foresight by one of Voldemort's own allies. Ravenclaw's diadem therefore illustrates the fragility of intellect divorced from restraint. Knowledge alone does not secure stability, and wisdom embedded in metal cannot compensate for arrogance embedded in mind. When intellect becomes subordinate to fragmentation, its brilliance becomes fuel rather than safeguard, and even a crown of learning cannot endure when surrounded by uncontrolled fire. Unlike the previous Horcruxes, which relied upon inanimate containment, Nagini represented a deviation, a living creature transformed into vessel, embedding fragmentation within sentient form. The structural distinction is significant. An object remains stationary unless moved, but a living Horcrux introduces mobility, instinct, and biological vulnerability into the architecture of immortality. Nagini's origin traces to a maledictus, a witch cursed to transform permanently into serpent form, indicating that her existence was already shaped by irreversible metamorphosis before becoming anchor to divided soul. When Voldemort used murder to bind a fragment within her, the connection between creator and vessel became unusually direct. She responded to him with heightened loyalty and communicative alignment, suggesting deeper integration than within her containers. Unlike the diary or locket, Nagini did not merely influence proximity. She acted with agency under instruction, functioning simultaneously as companion, weapon, and safeguard. However, embedding a soul fragment within a living being introduces inherent instability. Life ages can be injured and must be physically protected, requiring constant vigilance rather than passive concealment. During the final phase of the Second Wizarding War, Nagini remained under active guard within a protective magical sphere, illustrating Voldemort's awareness that distributed immortality had narrowed to its last remaining anchor. Her destruction by the Sword of Gryffindor, wielded by Neville Longbottom, completed the collapse of external soul fragments. Once the final vessel was eliminated, mortality resumed its natural claim. Nagini's inclusion as Horcrux reflects escalation. As the number of anchors diminished, the risk tolerance increased, culminating in reliance upon a living entity whose survival could not be indefinitely guaranteed. This final vessel demonstrates the paradox of distributed immortality. The more fragments required preservation, the greater the operational burden of defense. compressing strategy into desperation. When the living vessel falls, fragmentation ceases to shield and instead reveals the absence it attempted to prevent, and no enchantment can indefinitely stabilize a soul divided beyond its natural limit. The Sword of Gryffindor predates the conflicts in which it later became decisive. Forged by goblins and inscribed with the founder's name, it represents craftsmanship structured around permanence rather than ornament. Goblin-forged metal operates under a distinct principle. It absorbs only that which strengthens it, rejecting corrosion and retaining enhancements without degradation, thereby evolving through encounter rather than remaining static. When the blade pierced the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, it absorbed the venom into its structure. From that moment forward, it carried within its edge one of the few substances capable of destroying Horcruxes. Unlike the Elder Wand, whose allegiance transfers through defeat, the sword responds to worthiness. It appears when a true Gryffindor demonstrates courage in circumstances requiring decisive action, suggesting that its activation condition is ethical rather than competitive. It materialized for Harry within the chamber when loyalty to Dumbledore aligned with immediate peril, and later for Neville Longbottom during the Battle of Hogwarts, reinforcing that eligibility depends on character under pressure rather than status or claim. The sword's reappearance at the bottom of a frozen lake, placed there by Severus Snape under Dumbledore's instruction, illustrates another dimension of artifact logic. It can be guided into position, yet must still be retrieved through personal resolve. In contrast to Horcruxes, which distribute vulnerability outward, the sword consolidates capability inward. It does not fragment the self, but requires alignment between intention and action before revealing itself. Its history also reflects contested ownership between goblins and wizards, underscoring tension between craftsmanship and claim. While goblin tradition asserts return upon death of borrower, the sword's behavior suggests autonomy independent of possession norms. Structurally, the Sword of Gryffindor demonstrates adaptive enchantment. Rather than being fixed at creation, it evolves through contact with potent forces, becoming increasingly specialized without losing integrity. In the dismantling of Voldemort's distributed immortality, the sword functioned as counterbalance, a tool strengthened by encounter rather than corrupted by it. Where fragmentation sought permanence through division, the blade achieved permanence through absorption and refinement, and in doing so, it reveals that resilience built through integration endures longer than survival built upon fracture. The Sorting Hat originated not as an autonomous artifact, but as an extension of its creators. Enchanted by the four founders of Hogwarts, it was designed to preserve evaluative judgment beyond individual lifespan. Unlike relics structured around amplification or concealment, the hat functions as cognitive archive, containing within its fabric the imprinted philosophies of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Its enchantment allows it to read thought patterns, detect predisposition, and assess potential trajectories of character development, indicating a level of sentient processing that approaches distributed consciousness rather than simple charm work. The act of sorting does not rely solely on innate traits. The hat considers preference, ambition, fear, and declared choice, demonstrating that its algorithm integrates both observed tendency and articulated will. Throughout centuries, the hat has adapted its songs to reflect changing political and institutional climates, suggesting not static programming, but interpretive continuity, responsive to historical context. Beyond classification, the hat serves as conduit. It houses the Sword of Gryffindor, enabling access when ethical alignment triggers eligibility, thereby linking cognitive evaluation with material manifestation. This dual function, assessor and repository, situates the hat at the intersection of identity formation and institutional memory, reinforcing Hogwarts' structural stability across generations. Its resilience is notable. Despite age and physical deterioration, its enchantment remains intact, indicating that consciousness embedded collectively by multiple powerful wizards can sustain beyond ordinary decay. The Sorting Hat thus represents a different form of artifact permanence, not fragmentation of soul, nor conquest-based allegiance, but preservation of collaborative intent within adaptive medium. Where Horcruxes divide itself to evade death, the hack consolidated perspectives to guide life, embedding judgment, not in secrecy but in ceremony. Its influence is subtle, yet enduring. By shaping affiliation at the moment of entry, it quietly redirects the trajectory of thousands without overt force, and in doing so, it demonstrates that the most stable power structures are those integrated into routine rather than spectacle. The Marauder's map was not produced within institutional authority, but by 4 students operating beyond supervision. Yet its magical sophistication rivals sanctioned artifacts of far greater reputation. At first inspection, it appears to be parchment inscribed with architectural detail, but its enchantment overlays real-time positional tracking upon static structure, mapping movement continuously across Hogwarts grounds. Unlike conventional detection charms limited by range or specificity, the map identifies individuals by name, regardless of disguise, transformation, or concealment, suggesting that it recognizes magical signature rather than external form. It detected Peter Pettigrew in Animagus form, exposed Barty Crouch Jr. beneath Polyjuice transformation, and functioned without visible degradation, indicating layered charm work integrated cohesively rather than applied sequentially. Activation requires intentional declaration. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, which operates not merely as password, but as alignment of purpose. The map responds to intent consistent with its creator's ethos. When accessed improperly, the artifact defends itself through personalized insult, implying embedded personality matrices derived from its creators, preserved as behavioral subroutines within the enchantment. The map's architecture integrates spatial awareness, identity recognition, concealment penetration, and adaptive interface, all condensed within portable medium, representing a compact convergence of multiple magical disciplines. Yet its usage pattern remained primarily exploratory and strategic rather than destructive. It facilitated movement, evasion, and information gathering, demonstrating that advanced surveillance can serve discretion rather than domination. Structurally, the Marauder's map differs from Horcruxes in that it does not preserve self through fragmentation. Instead, it distributes presence through encoded signature, extending perception without dividing identity. Its existence also exposes the permeability of institutional boundaries. Hogwarts' layered defenses did not prevent its creation, illustrating that innovation often emerges from informal experimentation rather than formal sanction. In the broader architecture of magical artifacts, the map represents distributed awareness, power expressed not through force, but through knowledge of position and timing. And as with all surveillance tools, its ethical weight depends entirely on the intention of the one who unfolds it. The pensieve differs from most magical artifacts in that it does not amplify force or conceal presence. Instead, it stabilizes thought, converting subjective memory into examinable substance. Constructed as a shallow stone basin engraved with runic inscriptions, it houses a silvery medium capable of retaining extracted recollections without distortion, allowing events to be revisited independently of emotional immediacy. Memory, when held within the mind alone, remains vulnerable to bias, reinterpretation, and erosion. Once transferred into the pensieve, it becomes spatially navigable, preserving detail beyond the limits of conscious recall. Observers entering a memory through the basin do not merely view it. They inhabit its reconstructed environment, able to move freely within the scene while remaining imperceptible to those originally present. This structural separation between observer and participant enables analysis without interference, transforming recollection into evidence rather than narrative. Albus Dumbledore utilized the pensieve to assemble fragments of Tom Riddle's history, collecting testimonies from individuals who had encountered him across decades, building a coherent pattern from dispersed impressions. The device therefore functions as cognitive archive. It accumulates experiential data, organizes it spatially, and permits re-examination without loss of fidelity. suggesting enchantment grounded in preservation rather than alteration. Importantly, the pensieve does not correct deception embedded within memory. If a recollection has been modified, it will present the modified version, revealing that the artifact stabilizes content but does not authenticate truth beyond the integrity of the source. Its role in revealing Severus Snape's final memories illustrates this principle. Once extracted and reviewed, context-shifted interpretation of prior events, demonstrating how perspective transforms judgment when full sequence becomes visible. Structurally, the pensieve offers continuity without fragmentation. It does not divide the self to survive, but externalizes thought temporarily to prevent overload and allow clarity. In contrast to artifacts that bind power into matter for dominance or concealment, the pensieve binds cognition for reflection, stabilizing understanding through distance. In doing so, it affirms that knowledge examined carefully can dismantle deception more effectively than force ever could. The Mirror of Eris operates not through external force, but through internal revelation. Its enchantment reflects neither appearance nor immediate thought, but the deepest and most persistent longing embedded within the viewer. Its inscription, reversed along the frame, clarifies its function. I show not your face but your heart's desire, indicating that the artifact bypasses surface cognition and accesses emotional architecture at its core. Unlike the Resurrection Stone, which summons approximations of the dead, the mirror produces no tangible manifestation. Instead, it projects vision directly into perception, creating immersive illusion without altering external reality. The danger lies not in what it shows, but in the viewer's response. Prolonged exposure induces fixation, as individuals confront perfected versions of what cannot be retrieved, achieved, or restored. Dumbledore acknowledged that wizards have wasted away before the mirror, preferring idealized projection to lived experience, demonstrating that desire, when amplified without constraint, becomes immobilizing rather than motivating. During Harry Potter's first year at Hogwarts, the mirror was repurposed as protective mechanism for the Philosopher's Stone. Enchanted further, it would yield the stone only to one who sought it without intention to use it, embedding ethical filtration into reflective structure. This secondary enchantment required complex moral calibration. The mirror assessed not only desire, but alignment of intent, granting access through paradox, acquisition without exploitation. Quirrell, acting under Voldemort's influence, could not retrieve the stone because his desire was directed toward use and domination, whereas Harry's was directed toward prevention, illustrating that interpretation of intent determines artifact response. Structurally, the Mirror of Eris does not fragment the soul, nor demand conquest. It reveals configuration of longing and magnifies it, functioning as diagnostic instrument rather than weapon. Yet diagnostics can destabilize. Confronting unfiltered desire exposes imbalance between present state and imagined fulfillment, and without restraint, that imbalance consumes attention entirely. Unlike the pensieve, which externalizes memory for analysis, the mirror internalizes aspiration for confrontation, reflecting possibility rather than history, and in doing so, it demonstrates that the most powerful artifacts are not those that change the world directly, but those that expose what the bearer believes the world owes them. The Deluminator, also known as the Put-Adder, presents itself as modest in scale, yet its enchantment reveals layered sophistication that extends beyond simple manipulation of light. At its most visible function, the device absorbs and releases illumination from surrounding sources, drawing light into itself and restoring it upon activation, suggesting controlled containment of ambient magical energy rather than mere extinguishing charm. However, its deeper architecture becomes apparent only under emotional strain. When Ron Weasley separated from his companions during the Horcrux hunt, the Deluminator responded not to proximity, but to relational connection. Upon hearing Hermione's voice carried through the device, Ron was guided across distance and protective enchantments, indicating that the artifact integrates spatial translation with emotional resonance, functioning as compass-aligned interpersonal bond. This capacity implies enchantment structured around attunement rather than geography. The Deluminated does not map terrain but detects relational anchors, enabling relocation based on voice recognition and affective signature. Unlike the Vanishing Cabinets, which create fixed portals between defined points, the Deluminator adapts destination according to context, suggesting advanced charm layering, combining sound capture, apparition mechanics, and targeted recalibration. Its design reflects Dumbledore's broader pattern of artifact creation. Instruments that activate fully only when bearer confronts personal limitation, embedding growth within mechanism rather than granting unconditional advantage. The device does not prevent separation, it facilitates return. Its power lies in reorientation rather than avoidance, reinforcing the principle that disconnection once recognized can be reversed through intentional movement. Structurally, the Deluminated differs from Horcruxes in that it binds not fragmented soul, but preserved connection. It stores light temporarily and restores it deliberately, symbolizing interruption without dissolution. In times of darkness, literal and psychological, it offers recalibration rather than dominance, navigation rather than concealment, and in doing so, it reveals that some artifacts are designed not to amplify ambition, but to restore alignment when it falters. Time Turners represent one of the most tightly regulated categories of magical artifact, not because of immediate destructive capacity, but because of their potential to destabilize sequence itself, encased within small golden hourglasses worn on chains. Each rotation shifts the bearer backward through time in fixed increments, embedding temporal displacement within portable mechanism. Unlike spatial transportation, which relocates the body within existing chronology, temporal manipulation introduces duplication of presence. The traveler coexists alongside prior self, constrained to avoid direct interaction that would fracture causality. The operational logic of the Time Turner aligns with stable loop theory. Events altered to time travel were always part of the timeline, meaning that intervention fulfills rather than contradicts recorded history. Hermione Granger's sanctioned use during her third year at Hogwarts demonstrates controlled application. By attending overlapping classes, she navigated multiple temporal threads without altering outcome, illustrating disciplined adherence to boundary conditions. The rescue of Sirius Black and Buckbeak required precise synchronization. Actions undertaken in the repeated hours were not revisions, but completions of events previously observed, reinforcing the principle that time travel within this framework does not create alternative realities. The Ministry of Magic maintains strict oversight over all Time Turners, storing them within the Department of Mysteries, acknowledging that improper usage, extended displacement, emotional impulsivity, or miscalculated interaction could trigger catastrophic paradoxes. Their eventual destruction during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries effectively removed large-scale temporal manipulation from wizarding capacity, narrowing strategic options but stabilizing chronological integrity. Structurally, Time Turners embed immense power within severe constraint. Their enchantment prevents deviation beyond established loop, balancing capability with enforced limitation. Unlike the Elder Wand, which transfers allegiance unpredictably, or Horcruxes, which distribute vulnerability outward, the Time Turner centralizes risk within rule. Violation of protocol threatens not only the bearer, but the structure of reality itself. Its existence underscores a recurring principle in magical artifact design that the greater the potential alteration, the more rigid the embedded boundaries must be to prevent collapse. And in preserving causality through restriction, the Time Turner reveals that power over time is viable only when exercised with uncompromising discipline. The Vanishing Cabinets operate through paired enchantment, creating a stabilized conduit between two fixed points in space regardless of intervening distance or protective barrier. Unlike Apparition, which requires individual skill and cannot penetrate heavily warded environments, the cabinets establish a persistent dimensional link, folding space along predetermined coordinates. One cabinet resided within the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, while its counterparts stood in Borgin and Berks in Nocturne Alley, forming an infiltration route that bypassed centuries of accumulated defensive enchantment. Their magic integrates spatial folding, synchronization, and structural preservation. Even when one cabinet sustained damage, the connection endured in latent form until repaired, indicating enchantment anchored deeper than surface integrity. Draco Malfoy's restoration of the damaged Hogwarts cabinet required advanced understanding of magical alignment. The conduit could not function unless both portals resonated precisely, demonstrating that spatial artifacts demand equilibrium rather than brute activation. Once operational, the cabinets permitted Death Eaters to enter Hogwarts undetected, rendering anti-apparition wards and perimeter charms irrelevant. The threat did not approach from outside the barrier, but emerged from within its dimensional blind spot. Unlike the Deluminator, which adapts destination based on emotional attunement, the vanishing cabinets depend upon fixed correspondence. Their function is mechanical rather than relational, precise rather than interpretive. Structurally, they represent bypass architecture, artifacts designed not to confront defense directly, but to circumvent it entirely, revealing that fortification alone cannot secure space if internal vectors remain unaccounted for. Their presence within Hogwarts illustrates a broader vulnerability. Protective systems often assume threat from exterior, underestimating the risk of embedded passage established long before conflict arises. The cabinets did not fracture soul or demand conquest. They manipulated distance, compressing geography into aperture and converting separation into corridor. And in doing so, they demonstrate that some of the most decisive magical interventions occur not through force, but through reconfiguration of space itself. The Pensieve operates as a repository rather than a weapon, a basin of carved stone designed to externalize memory without distorting its original structure. Unlike recollection filtered through emotion or bias, memories placed within the Pensieve retain environmental integrity. Perspective may shift, yet the event unfolds as recorded, preserving detail beyond ordinary cognitive retention. Silver strands extracted from the mind settle into the basin as luminous threads, neither liquid nor light in conventional sense, but stabilized impression capable of re-entry and review. The observer does not alter the memory sequence. They move within it as witness, able to examine nuance without influencing outcome, reinforcing separation between participation and analysis. Albus Dumbledore employed the Pensieve not merely for archival purposes but as pedagogical instrument. By guiding Harry Potter through layered recollections, he constructed contextual understanding rather than issuing instruction in isolation. In this capacity, the artifact functions as temporal archive without displacement. It preserves chronology while allowing selective immersion, offering structure to complexity that might overwhelm comprehension. Unlike time turners, which risk destabilizing sequence, the Pensieve introduces no paradox. It rearranges access, not event, ensuring that review remains observational rather than transformative. Its architecture emphasizes containment. Memory removed from mind reduces cognitive burden, preventing overcrowding of thought while maintaining availability for future retrieval. Within institutional context, the Pensieve represents a mechanism for transparency. Contested testimony may be examined, bias identified, sequence clarified through shared viewing rather than singular assertion. Yet its reliability depends upon the honesty of contributor. Memories may be altered before extraction, reminding observers that even structured artifacts inherit limitations from human intention. The basin itself does not judge. It holds what is given, reflecting fidelity rather than morality. And in externalizing recollection without erasing ownership, the Pensieve reveals that power over memory lies not in domination of past, but in disciplined examination of it. Across centuries of magical development, artifacts emerge not as ornaments, but as concentrated structures of intention, each embedding philosophy, boundary, and consequence within tangible form. Some amplify force, the Elder Wand extending dominance beyond ordinary limit. Others divide vulnerability, the Horcrux fragmenting identity in pursuit of endurance. Still others reveal truth, conceal presence, bypass distance, preserve memory, or restrain chronology within calibrated constraint. No artifact exists in isolation from system. Each operates within an environment shaped by governance, ethics, and human impulse. Its influence determined as much by user discipline as by enchantment itself. Power concentrates within object only temporarily. Allegiance shifts, containment fails, destruction restores balance, and even the most revered relic eventually returns to obscurity when removed from active structure. Artifacts do not create instability independently. They magnify existing intention, accelerating ambition, clarifying loyalty, or exposing weakness already present within bearer. When integrated responsibly, they reinforce order, providing illumination in darkness, safeguarding passage, stabilizing recollection, or protecting community through measured application. When pursued without restraint, they reveal structural fault, ambition overriding equilibrium, secrecy undermining trust, force displacing cooperation. Thus, the study of magical artifacts becomes less an inventory of power than an examination of boundary. What is permitted, what is regulated, what is relinquished to preserve continuity. Within the broader ecology of the wizarding world, objects of power function as nodes, dense concentrations of magical logic embedded within material reality, interacting with human decision rather than replacing it. And when viewed collectively, they illustrate a consistent pattern. Magic intensified requires structure intensified in return, so that concentration does not collapse the system that sustains it.